What is happening? Hello, everybody. I don't know if you've ever seen this game before or heard of it or what, but it is a favorite of mine. I apologize for the delay. I had to get a martini for it. Wish I had an olive, but we'll live. Very psychological, magnetic personality, but unstable. Might begin to lose his mind. Extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body, gets things done, but dumb as a rock. I don't like dumb. Create your own. Hey, old big boy, what's happening? How's your night going? Let's see what random gives us. What if we made the most boring dude in the world? That's good, bud. Glad to hear it. Weak physique, good at motorics, average intelligence and psyche. Works for me. I vibe with this. Signature skill. The artwork in this game is amazing. Yes. Hey, yo. What's happening, Kit Kat? Good. You just missed character creation, that's it. I made myself good at agility, and then average intelligence and psyche and weak physique. And I set my signature skill as reaction speed. Because I've played this game before and I know how much that comes up.
There is nothing, only warm primordial blackness. You're conscious ferments in it, no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Just to let you all know, as a warning and as a heads up, I will not be skipping any of this dialogue because I fucking love it.
Ever. Never, ever.
Never, ever,
Never, ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it. You got it, sweet brother. Nothing upon nothing upon nothing. Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage.
I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and want things from people who don't want to give them to me.
Alright. Nothing town to fuck all borough. Great choice, Elder One. It has always been like this, and it always will. The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the soft, bloated man meat around you. A sensation.
Good. I'm the same way, Kit Kat.
Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again.
Again.
It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
Disco baby.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache. A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound.
I love that the internal monologue of this entire game is just your own elements of yourself talking to you, like your limbic system responding. Yeah, buddy. That's me, baby. Looking good, baby. I'm gonna assume that that was you, buddy.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Masculine
Hot
energy.
water sprays from the base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror.
Go on.
Halt. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Behold.
Ah, it's so awful. Yeah. That's for sure.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you? Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
No, I'm
You
not.
can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your
I love
face,
the
and now
expression
it
as
won't
like
come
something
off.
that he constantly
What does it
wrestles
even mean?
with.
What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Disco, baby.
You should check yourself for a pulse, superstar. From here it looks like a cadaverous spasm. You find no sign of life on your swollen neck. However, putting
I
your
do
hand on your
indeed have a
chest reveals
Discord.
an irregular heartbeat. You appear to be alive, for now.
There you go. Click on the Discord link, should get you in there, bud. Well, I have very low chances of doing this.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past.
Uh,
That's all you know for now. It's too late. Like an image on film, the expression belongs to your primary motor.
There's a lot of these, like, early game things that have very low chances of success that always make me wonder, hey, like, how much would the game change if I actually managed to do that?
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly, you swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Cool. That's me, baby. Give me them pants.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Get me my jacket. Where are my thoughts? Have I gotten any? No, I don't have any yet.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in, something you've done before. It is too large for a bullet, yet
Something
too
you've done
small
before,
for a
implying
piece
that
of
he is a
furniture.
detective and
The single
slowly
green
pulling himself
shoe
together.
found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. The cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl.
Alright. Let's get out of here. Ooh, money. Ah, yes, I can finally actually run now. Thank God. Like with most RPGs, I'm not going to leave anything uncovered. I'm going to steal all the stuff.
There they both are. 2 identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. Reunited on your feet.
It's weird that the composer's got the same name.
Like
Voice is
2
my,
baby crocodiles.
There you go. How do they fit?
They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now. Truth.
That's really sad. Pretty sure at this point everything's gonna make this dude dizzy.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. Her eyes are brown.
Miss Orange
and
Disco
her face
Dancer.
is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
No.
The young woman shakes. Officer could be an artistic statement. You're already prone to those.
God, I love how
No.
fucking bizarre this
You're
guy
a
is.
police officer, sir. Okay, cool. I won't. Okay. Sir, you've been here for 3 days. On official police business, as you put it.
What a bad
couldn't
police
say.
officer.
In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
No, I'm not going to let her know I want her physically.
Could it be because of the drinking?
She hasn't had time to put her makeup on.
Yeah.
This is her morning cigarette. She looks tired, her beauty waning faster than it ought to at her age.
Would I openly deface myself? Yeah, fuck
Don't be
it.
so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer. Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Yeah, I know.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Yes? There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Hell yeah.
I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here. Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them. Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on. I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, disco stopped, and there was a change of pace.
Oh, sad boy
A
music.
slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time, you were yelling along to it. Yes, there was a church in there, a really small church, like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also, that it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell.
I'll be real with you.
The
The first
song
time I tried
itself
playing
was
this
very
game, I
quiet
tried
and
fucking
soft,
her.
but
And boy, oh
You
boy, was that
sounded
a bad
like
idea.
winded bore, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it. Then you started screaming and trashed the place. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out. There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable.
Jesus. I've never heard that account before because, you know, I haven't taken these directions with the questions.
I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5. And that was it. You're in a hostel, sir. We are in Revachol.
Goddamn right.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
Forever and ever.
And ever and ever.
Yeah!
At the corner of your eye, you see the hair on the back of your hand standing on end. It feels as though low-grade lightning is coursing through you. You must be hypersensitive from the hangover.
The dock workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city.
That's
It's
pretty accurate.
51. The current century? Centuries don't have numbers. They have names. And this is the current one. Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir. You're right. There is nothing funny about civilization.
You're goddamn right. Nothing.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Steal her cigarette. You know, Kit Kat, if you have suggestions, just let me know. I mean, once you play the game your first time, that's kind of like how you truly want to play it. So everything happens like very raw, very impactful. It happens, you know, and it feels like it's actually happening, and you know, you're not. There's a lot of twists and turns in this game, so playing it a second time, it's kind of like cheating. So I already got the ending I deserve and want and like. So if somebody's got something they want to tell me to do or is funny, let me know. Ooh,
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your
goddamn
emotions
right.
need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul. Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard.
Well, there's one in my About Me that should still be working, and there should be one in rotation. The bot will eventually say, hey, here you go. But the About Me one should be good to go. I'll have to change the one in the socials.
By other people. Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works. You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic, small church song. Who's
Goddamn
you would need
right.
another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Let's get those thoughts down. Nope. Oh, I thought that was a thought. Never mind.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights. With
Action.
a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world.
It's on.
On.
Goddamn right it's on. I love that it connects to my brain. We're all superstars in our own world, baby. Don't let anyone tell you no different.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
Don't tell me what the fuck to do. I'll keep my colleague waiting if I want to. Oh, Shiza. It's ad time. Now don't you touch that dial, because we're going to be right back. What's my number at? I think I was at 501. So 110 should do it. There we go. Wunderbar. Oh no! How'd that happen? That's no joking matter.
A man
Hope you're all
in
right.
his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
He don't like
That
me.
was disdain in his eyes. Even now he is purposely ignoring you. Looks like he's not a fan.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop. Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
I love that.
You're right, you didn't, and it's only taken you 3 days not to. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall.
Did I do that?
A small engraved steel tag says, "The Great Skua, Stair Koarius Skua." Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
He's very animated all of a sudden. This seems like a touchy subject.
No,
He's very animated all of a sudden.
I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Ah. It is getting... I know a lot of places. My brother lives up in Colorado.
She's
And
just, you know,
my family was actually going to go visit him. I was the only one not going because I had done a trip earlier this year. But yeah, freak out of the blue. They got a snowstorm too. I know a lot of places just getting a lot of snow and ice lately.
A competent looks like a small something about it makes you feel.
look, your buddy. Why don't you go and talk to him?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the.
I'm just glad that we finally got rain. It has been dry here for a long time, and a lot of our lakes and ponds were getting to that point where the water was becoming basically poisonous for the fish that lived in it.
A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your fingers itch. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine. The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
Magnesium.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from
So
the photo.
when I played this the first
Santiago
time,
S.
I had
John.
no reflexes, and I think I had 1 reflex, and I had 2 strength. So I was really weak, really slow, and like kind of weak. But I was smart as shit. So all of these things, like pickpocketing, I'm going to be able to do. And I'm actually really excited about it. Because there's several pivotal moments in this series. And there's one that it's really good to have a great reaction repetitively. I can't spoil it. I don't want to spoil it for anybody. But it would have been really better if I wasn't failing all of them. That's all I'm going to say. Which kind of fish do you eat? Ooh. It's a very interesting question, but most?
Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocket.
I eat a lot of sushi and Asian-style food. So, like, you know, a lot of salmon, a lot of tuna. Also, if you count it as fish, shrimp, crab, octopus occasionally, squid. I love a good Korean barbecue calamari. Fantastic.
The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick. You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore. You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. The note says 5 real. It feels nice and greasy. You don't really know what this is for, but you get the feeling notes like these are super important. The sleeping dock worker has little to say about your actions. You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens.
I figured.
This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
If I remember correctly, when I did this one, I lucked out because I was not strong at all. I think I had like a 3% chance, and I got it. And all that really comes of it is he offers you a drink of rum. Eventually, I want to do a full scumbag run of this game where I give in to all my vices and I do all this horrible shit.
A bespectacled man
But the fact that I
in a orange
literally,
bomber jacket
I don't
is tapping
remember
his
hearing
foot
it
on the
because
floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone.
when you talk to the girl and you try to hit on her, she'll just leave and laugh at you and be like, hey, dude, like, this is going to be awkward for you later because you're going to ask me questions eventually. And that's it. This one I actually got to talk to, and she said that he didn't want to be this beast anymore. Now, I didn't realize that. Like, I've stopped drinking and smoking in my playthrough just because I felt like, yeah, the dude clearly needs it. But, like, now that I heard that he had made that drive and that kind of led to this amnesia, well, now I just got to do that. I was going to toy around with the idea of drinking. But I'm still going to do it, but I'm going to do it from a different perspective. And then eventually, we're just going to do a complete shitbag run.
As you approach, he narrows his
Just
eyes
given
and
all the
extends his hand in
bad
greeting.
impulses.
If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this. But why? On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer. He is your half-brother.
That's not exactly right, but it's
Hello.
also not exactly
I'm Kim
inaccurate.
Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
Yeah.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize. Concentration makes
Fuck
you
yeah.
squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error.
I
on
was
Sunday.
like, whatever, dude.
Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here? If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown. It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the... Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Look, man, you know? Yeah.
So, the body.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Maybe it's because when SpongeBob, when he lifted weights, you found out that he was actually really weak. Maybe that's why he's just a sponge after all.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse.
It's not the
Much
same thing,
worse.
bud.
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General. Internal affairs. And I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation. Yes. They are not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job. You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious
Yeah.
My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But
I mean,
getting
they are
everybody
very
down
weak.
should still take
They-
precedence.
Like, the only bone they have in them is kind of this weird exoskeleton thing that you can just grab and literally yank out of them. It's really weird. It looks like a feather, and if you were to separate their ink sac, you could actually pluck it into their ink sac and use it as a quill. I dissected once in a science class, and we did that. Yeah, their organs are like just right behind their skin, so you can just weird to think about. All right, let's roll, baby.
Officer.
So this time I'm a lot more upfront with them. When I did my first one, I kind of lied about everything, and it was maybe not lied, but wasn't professional at all.
The man
About any
with
of
the
this.
unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns. answers to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right?
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Are you kidding me?
What is golden orange and smells like liquor?
It's you. It's obviously you. You smell like liquor. And you're orange.
No, that's probably gonna help.
See? Everyone agrees it's your...
Is this what you get when you call the police now? We've been waiting for all...
Sir, I understand your concern.
Yes, of course.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who played...
I don't really want to think of that.
correct?
But I mean, with the exception of Patrick and Mr. Krabs, I think they're all squishy.
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
This sounds like something you can use to call this Sylvie later.
Sweet,
You
dude.
said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
We get it,
I
dude.
didn't imply that. Detective. I have everything. You?
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
Ooh, this is gonna be some sort of dark joke, ain't it? Lay it on me.
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through. I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
You goddamn right, baby.
He doesn't know. He just said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they?
Oh, people are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching. The locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it.
Fantastic.
Did the debarders themselves tell her this, or is it a rumor?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her. I would suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
That's a horrible reason. Well, if you want to tell me again, you can go ahead and lay it on me.
You mean the strike?
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message. What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
She went away because none of your business. Oh my God, what is your obsession with this Sylvie person? Get over it.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
One minute you're running like the wind. Then you've suddenly turned around and furiously. with both hands. Why? That's true, yes, and it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look
What?
at
You
that
tell me.
stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on.
Watch out!
Everything goes dark.
Back so soon. Those are mysteries of the spinal cord. The spinal cord has yet to reveal itself to you. Its mysteries are unholy. You are way cool. Cooler than the bottom of the sea. Too cool for this world. I was
I dig it.
wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are?
That is too bad. We all need a little love. Are you okay?
No, you have sustained a trauma to your lower neck.
The chair took the brunt of it.
Are you sure, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place. The drinks are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square. Don't thank me yet. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I just can't let you up there. And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
So that's cool. There was another way that I could have cheapened it earlier, but I dig that.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up, but you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. Why did you say that?
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place? A saying. Up on Marvel Hill, a great high place. One that is impossible to climb back to.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
All right. Tell it.
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time.
Okay. I did not get that last time.
Yes?
Oh, come on. Don't be shy.
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on...
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
Thank you, good. Thank you, sir.
Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer. Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation.
Fair enough.
What do you want to know? That's because I'm
You-
half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it would...
Seoul? is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
I love that this is a book that leads to horns. It's so fucking cool. I love the art in this game.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière. What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
What a loser.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
How do you not know how to talk about yourself?
The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic.
What a bitch.
But this isn't an old school case.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing.
The lieutenant produces his small... We all have our different mediums. His is written.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put
Fuck.
the lieutenant down for this. But you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
I love that the elements of this that do shitty things say it in such a positive light. Like putting him down is like the accurate thing to do. But things that are physical instruments sometimes see that way.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome. No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse though. It's like you're locked down.
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you...
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
I love how they're justifying point-and-click
Yes.
adventures.
But containers contain things. Shiny things.
What do you call what's
They're
dead?
interesting.
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Then you are not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you?
Yes,
3 days ago,
that's what I'm
the
asking.
RCM Emergencies desk received a report about a security guard
Ooh.
who was found hanged
So
in
rude.
Martinez.
You're here,
An
though.
anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some
Sure
sort.
you were.
The desk could
Sure
identify
you
neither
were.
the caller's age nor sex.
We sure did, Sour Cream. We sure did.
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen
That's exactly
as
what we were
union
just
matters.
talking about.
The Dock Workers Union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Frick yeah. We're the
It says,
RCM.
The Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police
She is.
force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned.
It looks
It's
really weird
super
with
useful
the
to
bunny
know
ears on
this.
it, like it's cut off.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. And
I like
cover
that there are
and arrest
secret
the killer.
tasks. That is just like, yes. And thank you for the hype sour cream. I appreciate it. How goes your day?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a... You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. Better still than an imbecile cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Was there anything else you wanted to know about
I can
the
give it
case?
to him. He's been giving me a lot of helpful information.
No.
Everything's a
Not
mysterious
particularly
case.
Mysterious case.
I mean, come on. Nat 20, baby. That's a sign right there. Yeah. Bingo. Bango bongo.
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you know why not?
Why?
Because it's not part of reality.
Oh, fuck you, dude.
The gesture resembles an orchestra conductor bringing the choir to a full stop.
Heck yeah. And we all know that the Easter Bunny can fuck a motherfucker up.
So desperately mundane. You need to funk this case up. There's
I don't.
something
The
the
case is
lieutenant
funky
isn't
enough,
seeing.
baby.
The universe is too irrational, too morally complex. You should convince him.
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again?
Grenade eggs, like the holy hand grenade? And chocolate?
There's no reason to wing. 3 days ago, the RCM emerged. During that time,
Okay.
the victim had been stripped of his belongings. A security guard or worker of some sort. They didn't identify. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM. Just to be clear,
I
we
didn't
are
mean to go
police
through all this
officers.
again.
It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. And good.
I'm gonna try this later. Oh, that was actually pretty good, big boy. Oh, whoops. What did we conceptualize? Some kind of superstar. Tell me about it.
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say, To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
For right now, I'll accept it. How bad does that make my logic? I'll take the hit on it. I'll take the hit on it. Oh, that's right. You can't use this door for whatever reason. Is Onion's the name of your dog? Ooh, I get to roll for items? That's the best. Who doesn't like rolling for items? I mean, who likes rolling for items? It's mystery. Fuck the police. Police say coming straight from the underground. Pigs go home. Okay, that's close enough.
The RCM in Martinez.
A good dog.
What can I help you with? We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all. Of course. What can I help you with? Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here. I don't know anything about that either.
Pig is a widely used term for members of the police.
Why,
It's
thank
not
you,
to lie.
Encyclopedia. I appreciate that.
No need to worry. We are not.
Okay. Well, I didn't. Me?
She hides it well, but behind the sweat and dirt there is something else in her rigid posture.
How can you hate dark humor?
Is there?
The quickness of the reply certainly does not prove you wrong.
I'm working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to, well, as you probably know.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to.
Thank you.
Salts? Ammonium salts. Perhaps useful for later.
Since the street
I
signs
do
messed
need
up-
them.
Okay. What do you need? It's there.
Even all the way over here, there's a drop of death.
What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements, the harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics.
Sure
A
you don't,
fit
bitch.
or two.
I know you're a liar. You look rather mannish in the actual thing, not in your photo here.
Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken. Just coast. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. No problem.
She's very well composed. Back straight.
Me?
She hides it well, but
I am pleased to meet you too, officer. Of course. I want...
if there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Sure, keep them. I have another...
I love the gloves. +1 interfacing. I'm gonna walk around with gloves now. Nothing I hate more than a hypocrite, man. say I can't live without my phone, can't even live without that beat machine that you have connected to you, forget about it. God, I love this fucking game. Just give me my fucking bag.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Very futuristic. I love that this game is so fucking meta.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. Benita. She's a model. Usually it's a model. Or a singer-songwriter.
What's yellow and can't smile,
Or a
big
model.
boy? Tell me.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Fuck you. We can be both.
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritte with 2 T's,
That's so fucked
a
up. I love
men's
it.
workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritte Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really.
No need to worry.
Okay. Uh-huh.
God, so fucking awkward. Teenagers are
The
useless.
tear machine stands in the...
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put. You need a bag, I guess. Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there, somewhere.
Oh, I have to find the tear bag? Fuck, that's right.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed.
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's...
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult.
Yeah, I'm not gonna steal a fucking raincoat, dude. Why would I do that? Alright, let's reassure the people. Ooh. When does a joke become a dad joke? That's tear I could take if I could take it. Don't want to talk to anybody just yet, even though there's stuff to do. Just pick up this random shit. Lately, it never comes back. Hey man, sometimes the milk is just really far in the back and you gotta go to the store for 3 to 27 years. Who is this?
As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece. Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement?
Fuck. Why are you done? What's wrong? You don't have to go. I don't say don't mean go, but you don't have to be done.
If we connect every bullet hole in Martinez to the murder, we'll get an overwhelming amount of loose threat. I've made a note. Don't hold your breath.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay. What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week. High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious.
I need the fucking tear bag. What does my current shirt give me? No. I have no interest in using that at all. Nah, I'll talk to this old lady later. I like this guy.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
You sure are, my man. From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You could almost taste.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight, no explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck.
Sounds
Meanwhile,
like
we're all
normal
stuck
business.
Here in long haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout. Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
I love this guy. I fucking love this guy.
So tell me, what do you need? He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
God, I love how everybody talks in this game. It's not real, but it's so fucking beautiful.
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks, workers got a blockade set up.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company. I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess.
Oh, did she? Tell me about it.
I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man.
Duh.
Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much and the hours are long.
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like striking against your own mother. Yes, but do continue. You were asking about the strike?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things
I love
to
I
do
get
and
puns
places
from
to
Sour
be.
Cream and I
All
get
of
dark
us do.
jokes from you. I'm well supplied.
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere. Not my thing. Chasing
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that. Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Fuck yeah!
Motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
So, my encyclopedia is not that good, but I've been getting lucky as fuck.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm. Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
You really are the law, aren't you? I get that being bluntly observant and inquisitive comes with the territory, but it certainly doesn't help with your conversation.
Just like that, he slips out of your reach.
God damn
It is possible the yelling didn't help.
Don't be a stranger.
It is 12:13 a.m. What about yourself, my man? Yeah, I wish I had my tar bag, but look, let's be real. I probably should really get in here and resolve this whole dead body issue. Hey, bitch-ass kid, shut the fuck up and get out of here.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in
I forgot
his
about this
ugliness,
piece of shit.
like a gremlin.
Ah, Central Coast. It's not Central Coast. Central Coast, you idiot. Central Time Zone. Sorry. Central Coast. Too many martinis.
Oh yeah, Napa Gumpy, Kuno.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about. I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno, right then.
Kuno's riding it, see?
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
God, what a sad kid.
The fuck are you talking?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
All right, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got?
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Ooh. God. You know, seems like you don't really like your dad that much. He keeps dying in all your jokes. You should really get better at that.
Kuno's Kuno, pig? The fuck are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person?
God, I love how dumb he is.
Trying to fiddle you. He's gonna put his hands on you.
Thing.
Pig's got Kuno. Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Help! He's
Escalate, Kuno. It's
pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please!
Oof.
Help! Misters, help!
Oh, what'd you mess up?
He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you... No one? Kuno's doing...
This is where Kuno established.
help! The pig's gagging him. Kuno can't speak.
You put him up to this yourself.
Listen to your friend.
Bubbling somehow.
Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno in the ass! No! Look, I know you wanted to hit me. You got that, I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look. The Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
Oh well.
I know what you thought. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. You're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno.
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch. You're gonna...
No, you're not. We can...
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever.
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Oh, well, that's thank you. It's good to know that I'm a hat-headed critter.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper. You don't know where I come from. You just Kuno's bottom bitch.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions.
Click, 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 click.
Shitload pig.
Don't tell the pig.
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit was... You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Don't ask that question,
I
dude.
don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know, some other place. Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Ah, cyberpunk.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't... You wanna know where Kuno was? You... Don't tell him that! It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's City. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's not lame.
Well, that's good, bud. I'm glad to hear that.
Lame. That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
Tell me about this shit, Kuno. What is it about?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
So, you're gonna beep out every other one, but that one's gonna make it? Okay.
Kuno's fucking. Kuno uses the fucking for target practice.
Ooh. It's that time. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
He could have just said he doesn't know.
Yeah, it's fucking okay.
Don't ask the pigs for permission, Kuno.
Your test.
Get lost.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it? You're testing.
Get lost.
Yeah? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't.
Yeah, you do care, Kuno. You do. That much is obvious. I need bolt cutters. I think I get them from my man's trunk.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because it's nice and orderly, well-laid pallets. No, there's more to this. You get this. Hard to say. It's gone now. It's nothing. Someone.
God damn it. How did I miss that? Oh, yeah, I can't get to there. I'm going to have to come from there from a different angle. Don't stand on it.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hop. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
Maybe more than 12.
Fuck yeah!
8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot. Steel
Oh, this is going to make some things that I did later so much fucking easier. Well, alright. Have a good night yourself. Thanks for coming in and hanging out, big boy.
2. Standard work boot. 3. Hobnailed work boot. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46? You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them. 5. Another standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Even pace. Same make of boot, but number impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange.
It's almost like it's a video game.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms.
Damn!
And yet another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? 200? Could it be
Damn.
the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
That makes more sense.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes. A woman or a kid? Understood. Anything else? Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
That's actually really fucking smart.
No, it's not. Forget I said. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
Yeah, it would.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last...
Correct again.
They really
Sub-zero
fucking lucked out here
temperature
then.
preserve the tracks in a...
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly...
Active decay. It's okay to throw...
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is
Yep.
repulsive. It pushes...
I forgot about this. You gotta fucking... You have to... God, what is it? Relearn this stench of death so it doesn't affect you again?
Too late. It's impossible to keep it until a pool of vomit lies up. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
Ooh, fucking good.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used... If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fleet store nearby.
Okay. Let me talk to this bitch.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me.
Don't be traumatizing here.
I can do whatever the fuck I want.
What's this kid shit? Fucking mind game.
Get the fuck out of here, face.
So it's a girl. Interesting.
I mean...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case. I'll die before I squeal. You don't want to fuck.
You can still see the top of her.
Alright. There's a few things I need to get.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Hard to say. Your vision is cop habit. This isn't case related, you think. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco.
Well, we know where that phrase comes from.
According to the driver proceeded to back before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor...
Somehow that makes you feel...
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents.
You could follow the track south.
Ooh.
An old call box with a matrix. This button looks new.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. Silence. No one answers your call. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence. No one's home. You hear static from the intercom speaker. You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off a... Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
My God.
What?
The lieutenant exchanges a look with...
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice here.
What?
She must be mistaking you for something. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been...
I've never experienced this before. What the fuck is this?
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she...
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally again.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. Looks like someone has melted. You ring the doorbell, but all you hear is you ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. An off-key melody starts playing.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else.
Okay. Then this door's gonna be locked. Yep.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavy. A faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102, with a slogan, Mankind. The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox. Or the mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
That was weird. Alright, let's go to your car. You must have shit for me, right?
Before you stands a vapor emanate. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers. A scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. A metallic drawer slides out.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long...
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work? The pry bar feels nice, useful for opening all sorts of... The handles are long and... You can do good work with these. It's robust, weatherproof, and lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio.
This is the Coupery Cinema.
That's
My
a
motor
badass
carriage.
machine, dude.
You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Ooh. I need... nah, I'll finish my water before I get more liquid.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your
Sinking feeling, giggity.
The Caprice Motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
But this is different. This is a sports model.
You're right. I didn't take you for a motorcar enthusiast.
Dude, I knew about that
You
fucking
also like
lorry.
TikTok, detective?
You know I'm gonna know about this fucking car. Tip top.
An interstellary racing series. You should definitely give it a go if you like motor carriages. It has fantastic competition.
Nothing, nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
I don't know, man. Inland Empire, you seem to always be fucking with me.
Yes, sorry about that. The Caprice Kinema.
He says it with very badly concealed pride.
He's very happy.
In the cabin, you see the white suede feels luxurious under the tuck. Your fingers waste no time closing around the handle. Clutch disengaged. Release the handle. Clutch drops. Right foot yearns for the familiar touch of the accelerator pedal. You feel an uninterrupted connection to the mechanics. After a while, you realize silence is your only answer. Do what you will with it. Of course it's only in your head. Of course it is. But it almost feels as if the clutch handle is gently squeezing back.
Oof.
The smell of freshly treated leather. The lack of dirt and dust on the dashboard. And a neat little brush in the cup holder.
I did pass that.
All seem to be whispering. I'm good, cherished and cared for, in the hands of a tending owner at the bottom of the sea.
Uh-oh.
So strange. The machine is not on the bottom of the sea at all, because it's lonely, just like you. Seaweed and strange fish
Hintity,
around
hint,
it.
hinted.
Limpets clink. The handle is pulled back. Somewhere deep inside the drivetrain, the disc is mated to the flywheel again. In the cabin, you see a set of steering. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in.
There's no use pressing the hit button. It won't.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now.
Duh.
Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
Also true.
The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button, the soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over the...
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our...
I love how
code
international
41st
this
precinct
is,
here.
and yet it's supposed
I'm
to be
putting him on.
this small but huge world.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it.
Come on, dispatch. Come on, dispatch.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. I wonder what Kim's default radio station is.
Just a second, officer.
That's nice.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle.
He knows.
Smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array. The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir. Ten-4, your badge should have most of your personal details. Look over that. Over. 10-4, anything else for you, sir? Over.
Nah.
Bonjour.
Last time I asked, and I got berated, and it was a whole thing. But I think I'm gonna go for it myself this time.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take just a moment.
Her voices fade out.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon me.
What a nice man!
Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back.
Jesus.
Now let's get on with it. I've got more important things to do. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
Jesus, everybody's
it's hard
fucking...
to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
Jesus.
Do that. I need to go. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactorson, but it's hard to say because his eyes are swollen.
Jesus.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received.
Now, I fucked this up last time. I don't remember if I shouldn't have called her. Basically, this dude really, really hit on her and she quit, and that's why she wasn't there.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? No, not me. No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires.
That's really fucked up.
People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes.
It do be like that.
Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
I keep barely passing success checks that I, should be moderate. I'm very happy at that.
I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. With the Union. I'm sorry about that.
You don't need to be apologized.
Yeah, go on. You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Yeah, I was a prick.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Please.
Yes.
Thank
you've
you.
obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags when she was still working there.
I fucked this up a bit. I'm so happy I've made changes to the character.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the Skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great Skua, you threw it against the wall. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. It was a pretty bird, there since I started working in Whirling. I really liked her.
That's a
We call
bummer.
her Scotty. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many...
And that's why I quit bartending.
I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. We Go On by the O.O.
Aw.
I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there.
Jesus. I didn't get any of this last time I played.
I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to
JustCBD.com, by the way.
understand.
This
I had
fucking
no
pin's
idea what you meant,
fantastic.
and I don't want to know.
Just CBD store, sorry.
And then
Use
you
code
said
Arcanist to
something
check out.
about how you're actually a real cool guy, and no one understands it. One of the coolest guys there is. The coolest guy in Jamrock. Something about disco, too. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen.
Okay.
I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them.
100% again.
Wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
Oh god, I cannot wait to do a scumbag run.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. All sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock. Yes, that's the one you like to sing along to the most. The later it got, the more that one came on.
That's fair.
You still have to find a copy, though, before you can blast it. You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the...
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
As always, it's DJ Mesh and Felicio, and you're listening to Street Freaks FM, bringing you the hottest, the nastiest, the most vulgar.
A flock of seagulls takes off nearby. Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off the radio.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line, right? Oh, is that what it was called?
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Souped up motor carriage for one bad mama's boy. For heavier foot.
I didn't get this last time.
God damn it. Look, it helps me to stay alert on long nights, okay? It's a method. I'm not some kind of speed freak or... You would be too if you had this motor carriage.
Ooh. See, that's what I fucking want. I don't want to belittle this guy. I fucking love this guy. I want him to fucking have his confidence. Good shit, dude.
But seriously, let's quit joking around, alright? We have a...
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect it to someone?
I'm good.
57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
I don't need any of that.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you
Ooh.
internally, and now we know your Copo type.
I need to use the bathroom. We'll be right back. More martini too. Sorry, I needed more martini. But I've returned. And apparently I've said enough things to trigger suggestion to give me a nice little thought. Ooh, excuse me.
Yes. Guess what's yours? That is only a ludicrous daydream. Guess again. You're the... Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest.
It's because I've apologized X amount of times. There's like a few of them. There's like a few achievements for saying I am the law, which is why I've said it as jokingly as much as possible. Because I do want to get that one, but I don't want to be the guy that's just like, the superstar cop thing's already a little bit ludicrous.
What? Jealous of the They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual copo type from sorry to anything.
Can I?
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time that won't happen.
I'm very much aware that that's not going to happen, dick. I'm only doing the some kind of superstar until it pays off in other shit. By the way, I love that I've been doing some kind of superstar and that hasn't affected like any of my logic successes. Like I keep passing. Too much white light was on me. Apologies. Don't want to forget any of them. I have the tools. Those tools are really going to help. But if we don't get his body down in the first day, that's a problem. Not in the game,
again.
just for me.
It was clear just an hour ago. Sure, I'm done with them. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Come on. This isn't going to help.
He still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below. The ammonia only makes it the second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
God, we've all been there.
Are you okay, officer?
The weight is reassuring, like a...
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal. I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday... Then
Monday
drive to the
Cadaver
station.
Day?
Maybe throw up. I think I've lost my sense of smell. Not being hungover helps too. That's probably a good idea. You need to get your shit together. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then...
I have to do that. There we go. Can I just get the fucking bag? That'd be great. So that I can start collecting tar. Tibbs says Windows.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruining a coin-operated viewer. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind, you know this to be the star of Perikinesis, or the church looks old and weather-worn. Around the large
A church
wooden
comes
building,
up.
you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on land.
I want to have a bag in my hand.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25. Your money disappears into the coins. The curtains on the display open. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made it looks as if it was...
Really? I don't have the eyesight. Really? I don't have the eyesight.
That all. God, there's so much that comes up later in this game.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. So many walls all up.
Hey, baby.
Are you trying to sneak?
Apparently.
Tell me everything you know.
Take me out? Trying to snuff me out? Then why are you sneaking up on me? Trying to sneak up on...
Get out of here, kid, you piece of garbage. I do look at it suspiciously. I think I have to go around and then I can unlock that door. Cape Side Apartments, I know.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do
So
you wanna
artistic.
know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier.
God, I love that.
Hatred, disgust.
That voice.
It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish.
That Ozon.
The woman on the boat does not notice her staring. Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershaw. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and
Moneyed
upscale
residents.
boutiques, rarely have reason to visit
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit. Can't you tell? I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Yeah? Lying is cool, I guess. I ain't no snitch.
That's fair.
pig-stein.
That's
Actually,
fair.
there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Fuck, watch your back.
I mean, as a child, you really... We really, you're probably not gonna do anything that's too harsh to me, child. Money, money, money! What a horrible way to view your own life.
Of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
Hello, Joyce.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Yes?
Baton, my maiden name. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep.
So could anybody.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I...
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting.
Nice. I got his
I wish you a
respect.
swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation. And the full cooperation...
You're
of
on
the
a
Pine
boat.
Group. Why, yes I am. The boat? No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19 because that's the type of sloop. It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing.
Who gives a shit?
Though these days I mainly... My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I love this woman.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Shut the fuck up, Kim. I'm doing a thing.
Lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet?
You gotta get in there.
Assessing her.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are, and the city of Revachol is on the island of Lakayu. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Snap!
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol. It's for crossing long distances in a greater...
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands. Officer, I assure...
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain. White. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act. A law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Don't tell me what I'm aggressive enough to do, Encyclopedia.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk.
Shut the fuck
I
up.
relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
Shit compressors imminent!
They're not. That's the problem. The union...
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike...
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
Yeah, he is constantly talking about how he's the supreme race. It's pretty funny.
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
She is very corporate. You gotta know what you need to ask. If you ever played D&D, it's that character that always knows the answer, but you just didn't ask it right.
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I preferred...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
Because he's an asshole.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Why?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Jesus.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Every worker, a member of the board. In its defense, another said, demand democracy.
That's a
Pretty
good
tame
one.
stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
And not to be shitty, but if one terminal did this, all 21 other terminals are going to do that. And then before you know it, you can't get anything done.
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
That is a fair assessment. I mean, as a negotiator, that is a harsh tactic, and I like it.
She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later.
Also, God, I love these spinal cord fucking interactions, like saying, hey, come back later.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal
This
with
is the
men
type
like
of person
him for a living. If there is
that want to
anyone
tell
more
you,
venal, more
you speaking
irredeemably
is what's going to
nepotistic,
upset him.
then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Debarders Union was once a perfectly normal institution.
God, I love how this game is very much like there are multiple ways to look at life, and as long as there are human beings behind them, there is always corruption.
Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
Do it. Tell me, how do you say?
A mob. The Debarders are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
So I just handle anything?
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
Man, everybody's acting up.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debarders Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated
It's
with
it was the
what amounts to a
most
crime
accurate
syndicate
thing.
for 2
I mean,
decades.
would it is exactly what I've been
However
said?
much you feed the
No,
wolf,
but it's
the wolf always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever.
Interesting.
End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pine, the point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I... What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant... The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas...
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
So just super capitalist constructs. I hate the fact that that's like what this makes me say and talk, but goddamn do I love that that's what this game makes me say and talk. Like,
Saint-Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance.
Oh, come on.
But I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
It's a number, officer. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands. And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions.
okay.
Walpines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet.
I know I'm getting into
conducting
weird
trade
things, but
between
God, do I
Somali
love
and
lore.
Peninsulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain.
Suzerain means king.
Centuries of care,
The more you play
deliberation,
this
and
game, the more
madness
the words
have gone
latch
into
up.
this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Probably all Star of the World Monopoly.
Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt.
Every company has to fucking grow and adapt. No king adapted, because why would a king adapt? Because they're fucking a king. Come on, lady.
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for.
15th
Lest the entire
Indo
system
tribe.
break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs. Well, that doesn't happen.
That's a good argument to, like, top down. Hey man, yeah, these workers need to do this, but like if these workers walk out and don't do anything, the world implodes.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Quite a few things, I'm
Wow,
afraid.
all of that. We haven't even gotten to the lynching. God, I love lore
Information
dumps.
I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his...
How curious. Why is that, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh dear.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Of course, the situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching, I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of...
She's a negotiator.
Double sixes! Fucking critical success! Fuck
I
yeah!
will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard...
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail.
So they're double dipping
Your authority and resources
into the drug
turn over the
trade,
right stone.
which means that if they're a member of the board, they could double dip those profits and make sure nobody ever finds out because they
You can
investigate
recover your
themselves.
badge. Though, if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost
Shut the
cause.
fuck up. I will get it.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Volumetric ship compressor.
Fuck yeah.
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials.
God, I love this fucking game. Look, I might... Oh, you motherfucker. It takes skill points to forget a thing? But it looks like I can internalize everything I remember. Okay, so that's different, but I dig it, baby.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She
You
might
think
have
that 'cause
known
you're a
about your
pessimist,
misplaced
dude?
badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, what I propose is we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
Okay.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we... You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Yes, let's get back to this business at hand. Thank you.
You're back. Good. What can I... It's quite straightforward.
Thank you.
Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Says drug.
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it.
That's fair.
They transport the ingredients. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrart and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
God, I love how poetic everything in this game is. It's so fucking nice.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The weary.
Well, at least this solved
What is that, Lieutenant?
why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in. On my motor.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here.
I agree
this
with
is
you.
a unique opportunity. I'm sure you
Especially since
understand.
it's solvable eventually.
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
So they've been holding on to drug profits, not passing them out to fund a strike. That's actually pretty smart.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
That also, man, unions
With
are
all
sometimes
due
shit,
respect to
aren't
these
they?
Desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you. We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCN. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
Fuck yeah, we're gonna get it. And we're gonna do it, and we're gonna win.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are.
Didn't
at
want to give her
least
too much
3
information.
lorry
I want
drivers
Kim to be happy
lingering
with
near
me.
the roundabout. Hopefully, one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of course, Detective. Take.
I don't beg for money. But you know what I do? I run an ad because I really got to use the latrine. And very importantly, I need more agua. We'll be right back. Every single... Wow. All the host raffles have gone offline. Again. Oh well. We're still here, baby. Hey, y'all doing?
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. The door rattles against your knuckles, but the door rattles again. But this time, you...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. The police?
Oh, come on.
Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No. I'll go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will...
Backyard door. There...
Madame, I assure you...
There is no reply.
Alright. I got everything I need to, at least at the very... hopefully, I should say... get that body down. I walked right by it this whole fucking time. The night's still young. What are you talking about, homie? Alright. I love that I have to have this bag to collect all this shit. I couldn't have just grabbed any other bag. Alright. Come on back, baby.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you.
Yeah, you had that coming.
There is a hollow ring as you kick the box. It sounds like it's mostly empty. Your toe hurts now. Your toe has suffered damage.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box. I don't. Let's go.
I did that for nothing.
The mail collection box. This trash container is locked. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case.
Everything is connected to the case.
Maybe you're prioritizing it.
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. What do you mean, feel? We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
No.
There he still is, looking right through you. As you breathe
Thank
in,
you.
the odor comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
Cool.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Who could have ever done that?
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow.
Future and past.
These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel.
Of course.
This
Why
is
wouldn't it
advanced
be?
stuff. piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't.
That's
we
fair.
should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information.
The Sabatons dangle off the man.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
I love that it's like future past kind of thing, because it's like modern day, but they're all walking around with like kind of flintlocks. It's fucking interesting.
For a full set, about
6
4
shooters
years
like
wages.
so. Single action weapons.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Not too much, yes.
I need to hustle more and hate less.
I have no idea what that means.
Thanks, man.
That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the Harbor Company. This confirms my own assumptions. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines
Jesus.
cover the plates, where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae, and if trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like.
Interesting.
The smooth, glossy surface, the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something.
Yes.
We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The Sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form. Ageless. The cadaver slowly twists. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt.
I love it. I've actually beaten it once already, and this is my kind of Twitch playthrough. I played it long ago, but you know, now that the final cuts come out, I love it.
This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to.
I've already just dipped. I've only been playing for 3 hours. I feel like I've just dipped my toe back into the storyline, and I've had 2 interactions that I didn't even know happened. So it definitely has replayability.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
Yeah, so they did it. Of course I want to feel old sour cream. Oh, yeah. And starting from, there's already a third run I want to do. I want to do a run where I'm just a complete, asshole to people. Still haven't gotten to that point yet, but, eventually that's an option you can take, and I do want to do it. Oh, I remember those ball things. You had to take them out and clean them.
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch. then pull down the belt to close the buckle.
Well, the last time I played it... the last time I played it was the first time I played it, and that was very kind of, straightforward, however you wanted to play it. I was very just like a kid in a candy store. Hey, this is what I feel about everything. I think this time I'm doing a similar playthrough. I'm being more professional, I think it's the way to do it. Like, I want good things for this guy. Because I'm more professional, he finds out he's an alcoholic and he's a drug addict. And I stopped doing those things in the game because I felt like it was a good arc. But because I was more professional, I found out that before he lost his memory, he had made the pledge with himself to do that before having forgotten about it. So now I kind of feel obligated to do it. So I'm doing a similar run to my first one, but yeah, more professional. A lot less silly, but still on the, disco side of things, which is his gambit.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
Whereas in the first game, I was always just like, oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about because I have amnesia. What? Afro horse she's following? Thank you, bud. I appreciate that. What are you hiding? I'm not going to ask that question. I'm not going to ask what are you hiding in mouse balls. That sounds too weird.
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You? Yes, it often is. This bed worries me.
Of course it worries me.
The cadaver
they clearly
hangs from
help.
the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak.
That's fair. That's fair.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this...
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you.
Okay.
The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were...
So annoying.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed.
A Trugat Sunshine. Mini.
This guy's got all the fancy
It's the world's
toys.
leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks...
Shit, Kuno! What?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed
God
by
damn.
the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick gloss.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
He does
There
love
is
his
only
gizmos.
one
I love this guy.
ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure. Just don't lose it.
Thank you.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by. His mouth, his eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is
It's nice
no
that they
one
didn't
home,
include that in
just
this.
subaquatic terrors. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode. From the corpse is dead silent.
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50.
The corpse looks right through you As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you, only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
You can kind of pick one of 3 pre-made structures. There are 4 attributes: your agility, strength, psyche, and intelligence. And those are the base for a bunch of skills that come from each one of those attributes. And then you can set one skill of those as better than all of the other ones. And as you go, you get thoughts that you can undertake that add benefits or take away. It's like a boon system. They do things. You'll have to play that to experience it. But basically, anytime something that requires a skill check, it rolls 2d6. It adds your skill ability, which is your base attribute, plus whatever you invested into the skill. And it does that for a whole bunch of shit in the background, too. So things in casual conversation will have checks and fails. And
of color,
didn't even have any
with
decision
dark
about it.
marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think? I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
I will say this. It's probably one of the best story games. And it's very self-reflective and socio-politically reflective. And it's a great point-and-click adventure. And everybody gets something out of it. That much I've experienced.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck are you saying?
Poop.
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I agree.
His personality is no longer
totally dead. That sounds about right, yes. I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck.
It's cool too because other weird things you can do affect the skill modifiers and everything as well. Like if you ask somebody about something else on the other side of the island and then come back and talk to someone, that'll give you benefits to the rules. It's fun.
The new
and with the final cut
again,
having come out,
keeping the blood in his head.
I highly recommend
Hypostasis
sooner
here
rather
is
than later on that backlog.
That's what I think. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the...
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's down.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered...
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, There's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
Not a problem. That's what I'm here for. But highly recommend, and I hope to see you again. I'm always playing something different.
Climb up there and sow the branch. There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Hmm.
Yeah! Bang bang tuck!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
But what else can we do? I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
But what other options? The corpse twists.
That is a
on
good
the
question.
belt
What is
like
another
chicken
option?
on a skewer.
Yes, we do.
He breathes out.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said. Silence. With his elbow and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader.
Okay, this is new.
Frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off.
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's desk was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but the...
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
I have to say, it's beginning to look...
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
It's bad as it is, us shooting firearms like punks here. Go ahead, I'm not stopping.
Oops.
This is the sorry...
Officer, why do we only have one gun?
The lieutenant follows suit. He finishes...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece.
Of course, feel the weight. Why would you not feel the weight of a gun?
Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the... You've held this.
Don't rest the
a
finger on the
Kino
trigger.
Armistice before. At some point it...
What the fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the...
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
You feel as though it would be dangerous to...
Don't.
Do it!
Intense shit, copper.
Thank you.
Kurt waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
Your field of view.
me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what...
Return my last autosave.
this is about?
Because we've been in a dialogue for so long.
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry!
Ask for another shot. You'll get it with the next one. The goddamn light reflected off some window. Surely.
The cadaver is already compromised bad enough.
It came out wrong. You made it sound like you're some sort of roulette addict looking for a fix. Ask again. More controlled this time. Feels like shit, man. How did this happen? Hit him straight in the chest. How horrible. You're so sorry.
The armistice is sufficiently precise, officer. Especially at close.
It's not the gun's fault you...
pigs.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
No, we shouldn't.
That's preposterous.
We still need to get him down. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help.
The man before you.
I really didn't want to shoot that corpse. But this, I don't know, this character decision I've made has very much been one of those more, let's handle everything individually, kind of. Ooh, alright. No, I did not mean to... Well, I'm better at rhetoric now.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? Third officer. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-isolate
57.
in the cabin.
Alright.
I can't believe it felt like springtime just a few days ago. Oh, okay. Thanks for keeping me in the know.
Let's see if these fuckers have come out to play yet. Who the fuck is this guy?
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime. Maybe who cares? Just rum.
Hello again, sweetie.
The lieutenant. Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our...
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that?
Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fight or flight kicks in.
That's goddamn right.
I'm just glad you weren't injured.
I just pressed run away. I didn't mean to do all that.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad. Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags Cafe? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, great. See? We're getting somewhere. What else do you know about our city of splendor? How would I even begin to tell you?
Then tell me.
Revachol is the most beautiful city in the... I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so.
This whole thing is just so
Revachol
depressing.
is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge.
Her relief is palpable.
Goddamn right.
She was getting pretty worried about you there.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Oh.
Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy...
Meaning, buying is voting.
It is quite disappointing.
It is.
Yes. Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the... But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like
Oh
it,
yeah,
so
the
they
whole
gave it
world
in.
shat itself.
This was 42 years ago. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain. You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble.
A sigh. The lieutenant.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs.
I'd like to think the same.
While I'm no doctor, someone more educated in sweeping matters.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either.
Of course. Then I don't know.
That's a good point. This doesn't look like Rich Central.
Whatever do you mean? Ah, yes. Probably Roll With Me by the Fletchers. People often quote the Fletchers at me. Morel says it's my theme song. Yes, dear.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it, and of course, dear.
Alright, well that really didn't give me anything.
Long way home.
Please give me some sort of benefits. Nope, alcoholism.
There we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
God damn, this is depressing as hell.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. It must be his name. Garancy. Garancy Kubek. Sounds representative. The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand drawing arcs in the... He smiles and bangs his... It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and...
Stay masculine? What a weird thing to say. I mean, if I had to ask, if I had to guess, I'd say I'd rather have the dungeons than the dragons. There's so much more opportunity with dungeons. Dungeons. Dragons, that's so repetitive.
You see a heavy steel door. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
You do? It's a door in the back of the...
The winch. Outside. In the backyard. Remember? No. Your fingers do.
Well, if there was a winch, I suppose we could look into it. As a side investigation. If you say so, Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria.
The door does not. The cobalt blue surface. Old cobalt.
Yeah.
Can I help you?
I think he was going for a male-female derp kind of scenario.
Mine? No, it...
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out.
That's
why.
reasonable.
And the...
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us...
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Okay then. Maybe you're callous.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Thank you.
What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nasty... They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place...
We should find out who this Lord faction is. Okay. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show...
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and...
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay.
Everybody wants to know what's behind
my
it.
job doesn't
What's
leave
behind a
time
door?
for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
Yeah, Kit Kat, a derp's a derp.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After the animals. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later.
Another thing. Great. Yes? Absolutely out.
Absolutely in the question. First,
Yes, have you got it? A lot. For the room and broken window? Like what?
Okay. Ooh, what's this? Alright, well, I'll have access to the dumpster now, which... And are we in? Alright.
this trash container is locked with a well-oiled crack. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like it. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic
What else was I gonna fucking find in a dumpster?
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows. The methodology in your... No. Searching for evidence in the trash. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans.
The victim's clothes? Cadaver in odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early... Drop them in here, officer.
Fuck yeah!
Marked blue jeans. Pockets empty. Or emptied.
We got his clothes,
Wore
baby.
them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but... the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see?
Something slimy catches. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash.
Absolutely.
It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment.
What's he on about? Kids?
See?
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the... It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hand. Nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels.
Oh?
They are badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your... Yes, it is. Look.
Yes!
It has the RCM street grid on
Completely
it.
forgot
We've
that
even
was
got
in
an
this.
Autopsy form. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? What are you talking about?
I speak in
Do
the
as
tongue.
also thorough inventories. You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow, only in its social sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
God,
That's
I
one
love the
thing of
language in
list.
this.
I think we got it all.
The smell of rotten food rises.
Not
to
what I
greet
meant to
you.
do. I
You see soggy
apologize.
cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong. It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say?
I love
about
how
the
meta
broken,
this
tossed
fucking
away
shit
mug
is.
that you dug out of the garbage?
Yes.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or
Ooh.
an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but gone. For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper. It's
get rid
a
of it.
metaphor. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look at it's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic
Nothing is
clipboard.
just toilet
You can
paper.
take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks margin. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of, like the bits they put into public piss bowls. Probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axle, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet. If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing?
Shut the fuck up, Perception.
So you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab?
Yeah, dude.
Find out what happens when those two get funky together? Okay, pal.
Thank you, dude. Are you angry with your nose?
Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Quelle fucking surprise. Come on, no more. The ledger is going back down, away from your... An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, spark, looks like an official mark. Made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
Fuck yeah.
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and...
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard, it's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges, something rattles inside, and something small inside. Light. Made of paper or cardboard.
Ooh, dried flowers.
Or dried. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it.
I will!
With your hands. You four-sized pages.
I love how it says don't look into that. You can very easily take that as an actual warning, but how often does things tell you not to look into it? And looking into it was helpful.
The two sides of the
Thank
board
God I'm not
are
shit
slightly
at
similar,
dexterity this
like a
game.
drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the slides snap back into place, it should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles
Octopus
toward
reference
each
again.
other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
Fucking kill yourself, you asshole.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers. It smells of chewing gum. A touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label says Tutti Frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile.
It's long since gone, my friend.
Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like you. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always.
Oh, dude, you can't
always come
read
back to it.
that letter after a breakup.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
I have never experienced this, I don't think. The fuck is this?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No tread. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water.
The call when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow.
The Papalian mammalian. Fair enough.
Because it's always there.
Do go on.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as it didn't smell nice, it smelled like betrayal.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses,
Why?
no lights in the windows. Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now.
Yes. They're pouring.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your...
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need this.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the drum.
What happened? That does sometimes happen.
Ledger of failure and hatred.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an option.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. It was no earthquake, my dude. Before I talk to these guys, I want to make sure I went down here, but I never cleared this out. There's an autosave, thankfully. God, there's so much.
I'll be with you in a moment, officer.
Angry Renee first. Hello, Renee.
You no shame.
Yep.
Whining about your back every time you bring.
Renee, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please.
God, that's a good line.
Let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
I don't want to do that.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
This guy is more reflective.
Could the objective of the game be to throw the metal ball so it lands by the wooden ball?
Bocce ball.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip anymore.
I hope you pass out from it. You goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down yourself and the team. Get in the damn game already. Doesn't matter what team. Pick a team. Any team. The blue team. You're letting them down.
Why are you so mean to me?
Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky.
Sure, officer. I am running.
It really fucks you if you do that.
And my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you? Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Once was?
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
What a lovely fella!
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the
Feared and
leadership of a
respected.
true king.
What a horrible
Someone who
thing to
knows how
want.
rule.
Look familiar.
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects.
That's true.
This is
Doesn't
something
mean
the
you should
insurgents
snort
never
cocaine.
understood. A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
Thank you.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Josh.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. Ah, his egocentricity is...
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
So
That's
it's okay
why
that they did
Philippine
cocaine.
kings use cocaine.
Justified.
For clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revachol's finest years.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Stupid as shit.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
That's right, just do cocaine about
He's
it.
just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Yeah. You really don't need that explained, do you?
It's really not. Please, do...
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the...
Right. Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has... In Martinez, the Union is the law. So can you really blame... Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
Thank you.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
Shut the fuck up, Rhetoric.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff, no... Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Go on.
Yes. It was left by heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your cap. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like.
Okay.
They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. This place is a damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08.
Jesus. Nothing should
The
ever.
other two
Don't
are
ever.
Stella Maris and the Delta.
Don't ever call an Operation Death Blow. It is not good.
This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough.
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, officer.
I love how
hate
much of a
those
tangent
dogs,
you can get in this game.
The enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They let the fire of hell. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you...
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific...
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
What stupid advice. I don't like any of these. That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard-working class to take over. No. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. That's not the same thing either. Yeah. That's what I'm going to say, though.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol. Or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain. Damn Frisel. He was a king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
A true king in both blood and mind. Let the suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of...
This is the uniform.
Don't you mean Frisel?
You do not speak his name.
There's something you missed. You'll get to it. Don't worry.
We'll get there. In time. Alright. Let's see if these people... They should have come back. Alright, let's go to the fucking dock.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right.
The dashboard, like a leopard, the lights unfold.
There you go. I'll turn them off from...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? No. And I doubt they'll get that 57.
In the cabin, you see a set. As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
Bring it home, baby. Yeah? Okay. Motherfucker. We'll be right back. Fucking Boulder Dash, man. Absolute buffoonery. You can't just autosave after any time a major fucking thing happens, can ya? Oh, I didn't even get this.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you the faded marks are too degraded to draw any forever.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution.
Oh, okay.
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it.
She should be good enough to give me an information lowdown. No, reality lowdown, which is one of the things that needs to happen, so.
You're back. Good. What can I help? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else. This reality. Ah.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's
I like it.
Holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all? Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution.
What's happening, Kit Kat?
It has its
You enjoying
charms,
Disco
just not
Elysium?
this time of year. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work.
I'm not muted.
The reeds are the real star of the show here now.
I'm talking.
The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Or are you saying you are muted for me? Yeah, I mean, sorry. You have muted me.
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water.
Sorry.
The
Don't
Insulindic.
apologize, Jesus.
Vast, lukewarm,
That's
and
unnecessary.
unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Clear.
I would be happy to.
Oh,
We're
shit.
in Martinez. Martinez, you would be excused for not knowing. Revachol. Revachol, a great cut.
As if it's self-explanatory.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Well, good eye for you. Able to hear me without even hearing me. You can see me say Kit Kat. Good for you. Good eye.
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago,
And
the
who
nations
built
of
it?
the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest.
They're
By that,
always
I
that
mean
way, though.
Conflicts. Ideological. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
A self-sustainable island for 200 million people? That's pretty fucking intense.
Oh, we're quite a way off. About...
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor, light reflecting off their glass windows.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the Bank of the World building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity
How
of the sea
small is
and
this
the cold
world?
radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete.
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? No.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
6 kilometers southwest
Fuck yeah.
of the Valley of Dogs. Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post...
Yes, we are the Revachol.
He's being sarcastic.
We are.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is
De facto,
called
not de
the
jure.
twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the emergency wait.
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell the post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government.
God, there's so
Revachol in the
deep
20s was
thought.
hell. Especially on
Not
the
a lot
west
of time
side
for
the
just
river.
throwing
Gang
out random
warfare,
jabs.
A botched pride. They called it the international zone.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutual... Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only and if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
A strange coldness comes up. It's on the tip of your tongue.
Glad to have been of assistance. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid they'd better not tie the fourth day to the back.
Alright, alright, alright. God, I am getting so many things unlocked.
A sturdy metal door.
Oop, wrong button. I'll come back to them later.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right.
The dashboard, like a leopard, the lights on.
There you go.
Alright. Let's make sure we put a hard save down.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer. In the canal, a rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance...
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them.
What
and they are
Shithead, I love
divided
this
to
guy.
3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the... There are so many, it's hard to count. More than one. The last row has 3 That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM.
Okay.
They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? No shame in working a regular job, detective. Sometimes after a long day of doing this, I even envy it.
What is a normal
this
job?
next row, the one that
There is
wraps
no
all the way
normal
around,
job.
is your number of closed
Who the fuck
cases.
works a 9 to 5
Closed
anymore?
is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see. Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the there are certain
good to know.
officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
He's basically trying to tell you, dude, you solve your crimes, you don't put down
But
suckers.
it seems as though you
That's
are,
the better way to
or
do
at
it.
least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab. The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
I can't interact with it anymore, can I? Oh, I can.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hang without resistance or sound. The 2 panels move against each other. The words just crossed your mind. Who do you think? It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are... It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. That's a lot. This kind
Is
of
it?
caseload would explain your solved cases tally on the watermark. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. It's okay. We all make mistakes.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary.
Naturally.
A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction. Yes, all caps. One is called the Next World mural. Another, the Square Bullet Hole murders. Another yet, others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article free collapsing. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten scrap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, it's a holdover from the early days of the RCM.
I mean, everybody
Right
likes a
after the
good fucking
revolution,
name.
When the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an... Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one... The man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death, I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid, the tasks you've completed, flow out of the kind green. Inspect the victim, get the body, interview the... It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out. A satisfying slash. You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry, and it feels... Things to be done, and things...
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Hell yeah. Good job, Kim.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. Arson, petty theft, you don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper, some neon yellow.
Let's
some
understand
bright
whatever
red,
this system is before we try
covered
whatever
in
that white
boxes,
check is.
like marching armies. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are you don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 200, but they appear pleasantly vague.
Ooh.
These are quite sinister in turn.
Now I can
All
give out
in print
fines.
So small, it could be considered a dozen pages of thin copy paper. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those four. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. It's proving to be harder than expected. You just...
Alright, one of these things removes my logic. I could have sworn one of these things was a negative. It's my... It's one of the things I've internalized. Internalized, that's right. Alright.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
Save. Yes, save. And add time. I think it's about that time. We'll be back eventually. No, take whatever it is. Yeah, there it is. I want to get all this tar. First and foremost. let's ask my homie here if anything is new now that we've got the information about the lorries.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Has some good, but those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this run.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
What a nice man.
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts.
I passed this?
Whoa. What else? Silent communion. That's good. Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
Maybe in a...
No matter. It's a fine stanza. You're not... They're more often in the fists than rhymes, see?
In a small
What a good
office
man.
behind the old military hospital, hunched under the green glow of his desk light, Officer Hans Blau browses through a test print of his Futurist magazine. It's called The Futurist. The typeface on the header is too small. The lieutenant looks at you in silence, a curious look in his eyes, nodding slightly.
Well, you've given me some hope, I guess.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Fuck you! Don't tell me to remember shit, bitch. May handle all this shit real fast. Come on, what do you got for me?
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When the name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool. The customers are cool. The place. You're very cool.
Oh, thank you.
Bang, 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 bang.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Don't shoot, officer. Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown? Good one, officer.
Give me your
You're
fucking
a
money.
funny guy. Now, what can I do for you? Then fire away, officer.
It's a white check. Nice.
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame.
Only freedom, you say?
I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers. All extremely cool and above board. Good joke, officer.
You glance around the decrepit buildings. The mist.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up.
That's right.
Wow.
No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the Gossamer state.
God, I love how it's just like, hey, handle this overly political question for no reason.
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. It's what lets independent entrepreneurs like me sell quality goods at no need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything for you.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This...
Oh, okay. An investment? What kind of investment?
Ooh. He is an experiment.
I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here? Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Corruption.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window.
You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits?
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
It is.
Practically free?
Practically free. Yours for 5. No problem here, officer. I get...
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
What? Look, officer. I'm just a retailer.
Interesting.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down, he thinks. Good question.
Me? It's a boring story, officer.
Yeah, you're getting caught stealing humanitarian aid goods. You're not a good person,
now.
dude.
All Revachol. Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais from the...
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism.
Thanks.
But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. If you say so, officer, I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur.
Wow, you work hard.
Thanks! And then just leave it at that.
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people
Fucking
are
right till I die, bitch.
That's just what it's like. Life, it ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. Can't say that. You shook him. You're a killer. A shark. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy?
Well, way to suck your own dick,
gone into
dude.
Cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7.
Think I am? No.
Now, ask yourself.
Okay. What am I asking myself?
Are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Because of the taxes.
Tell me
G-Man's
about it.
got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket.
Sure he
Stealing
does.
from you. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol? You and I both But they got those indirect modes of
Oh,
taxation.
tell me about it.
Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. 98% of all your money.
That's not how this works.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And
I mean, I guess. I don't agree with you. I need to unlock. I need to get more skills. I guess.
there are clothes inside.
Don't be...
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Very cool.
You find your hands deep. The box smells like cat piss.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants.
No luck? Why not take another look, officer? Keep supporting the economy.
I don't want any of this.
You see two...
I can see you.
Speaking of luxury, a pair of...
Those sneakers.
Only? That's madness. These once... A small heat imp...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
But the speakers...
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you. I've got the best. You do, officer, you do. Remember.
No.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Well, if you... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go... If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too...
I don't.
Throw in the speakers for little extra.
Fuck you.
There's a...
I mean, all of this shit's ruined because it's
Stylish shades,
raining.
huh? Abort.
Damn, officer. You look like a mega secret spy.
It's going to be very difficult for anyone...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think...
These are all boring. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything...
Direct more UV light.
First-rate sunglasses. Premium design. Super material.
No luck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic
I hope not.
you don't like it? Sure, Square Joe.
Don't... That almost seems like a slur. And I really don't think you should call me Square Jaw. I don't want to be a prick or nothing, but... Don't call me that. Hello?
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh?
The words, Daredevil.
Too bad it also takes
I
a year
can't
and a day
imagine
to
why.
repair anything around here, especially a waterlock.
Can't
The rest
imagine
of the
why at
coast is
all.
closed off till then. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarre... Yeah, not really much else. Sure thing.
It is salty. It is savory. It is chewy. The hangover only makes the salami more.
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Alright. I only know bad news happens inside this pawn shop, but we gotta go in here, so... Sell my tar, go to the store, see what's going on there, fuck with the... people at the docks. It's a pretty good day one.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back. Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse. A headless man wearing future...
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit.
God, this place is
As
so
you
fucking
see,
corporate.
He's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of...
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yeah? I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
Interesting. Bitch, it made me.
I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many parents among my customers.
Big men on big horses, clad in...
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about the...
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers.
Which ones? Ah, those.
I think that's
Yes,
our
they
boy
are.
Renee.
I find the paint job a...
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning.
It's the man from Hjelmdal.
Oh, well, that explains everything.
Walking away from his burning village. Yes. The man from Hjelmdal is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla. Mostly what is nowadays Arda NFD.
Oh, well, of course.
In fact, most people don't think that man from Hjelmdal ever really existed.
Of course.
But they are wrong.
Hjelmdal isn't a real place.
What a liar.
Neither is the man a real man, of course. But both the man and Hjelmdal are an ontological necessity. But hey, it's not worth getting into an argument about.
God, I love how little subtlety any of the dialogue has in this. Like, people say these things, but they don't say them like that.
Wow.
They don't break the bare bones.
I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's...
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All the...
Well, then lay us on it.
I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched...
His theory isn't exactly incoherent. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic lake smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not...
Photon emissions?
It. Photon emissions?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I sympathize, I do. But this is a for-profit enterprise.
No, thank you. Alright, let's see if this thing I've invested myself into is worth it at all while I get into a heist with the Kit Kat.
Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life.
A fleeing suspect.
And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
I can only accept it. But we are not keeping that. No, sir. Fucking Ree.
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of... You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not
come
every
on.
day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary.
The boomboxes on the shelf look... One especially catches your eye. Deep, this is you. Gold, just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa.
Go on.
Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
What a sad fucking man.
If police work means playing tapes, sure.
I could use it to play a tape.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems myself.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here.
Sure they do,
But
buddy.
as you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
What?
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling.
Big surprise. I didn't even need that.
Enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them. I've had to take it, you know, since the People's Pile cleanup. I was with the
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned.
Particle decay?
Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
What?
We were an all-volunteer force. Self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however.
All these voices reminded me of
We
Odo
wasted
from
years
Deep Space
in the river
Nine.
mud. Years getting... There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. So much disappointment. And early deaths. No one's.
So much
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
God, this game...
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Oh, none of this.
Another time, perhaps. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my the corpse behind the hostel, I assume. I don't have a truck. Ask around the harbour.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
You said you...
The lieutenant's... Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you... He won't be your knock, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
Did I accidentally... yep.
Here you go, man. I respect your decision, officer. What else can I help you with? Hello, hello. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Photon emissions. Well, I mean, if he was actually, you know, affected by...
She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig. Which was odd. I found her interest in truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
My apologies, officer, but
A needle in a haystack.
Of course.
There is nothing you can do about it.
Of course. Sure thing. She didn't, truth be...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the... It's possible in these parts of town.
Sure, man.
Well,
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison.
Oof. Alright, I need more fluids. I'm gonna run an ad, and then I will be back. See you shortly. Don't you go nowhere. Don't you waste any of my time now. Don't mind me. All right. Yes. Now. Not yet.
Welcome to Revachol.
Oh, I think he's the racist one.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Yeah, like all racism.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind, but you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave.
Silence. The air between them. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
What's happening, big boy? Welcome back.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so. Apples.
Apples.
Bullshit.
It's exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
I have Escape from Tarkov tomorrow. That'll be between 6 and 8.
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
Says the fat cigarette smoking boy.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza. Safre.
All the racist shit. Of course.
From our local junkies here, and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in
double
a fair
dose
fight,
of racism.
so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage. Not in, not out. I'll never betray the...
So you're telling us that you don't know anything?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags. When some
That'll
kid
be
boys
Tuesday, so that's mini painting.
everything.
D&D
Lost
mini
his fucking
painting,
job
and
over
then at the end of the night, Half-Life Alex.
Since he left,
Finishing
I
up
haven't
that.
had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious?
Tell me the
Fucking
racist answer.
Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just his tribe are natural liars.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
What you got thinking, big boy? What you thinking?
It's about biological determinism. Not the most popular topic.
Not sheep, ostriches.
Whatever. Go back to your college class, Pino.
Because I know the difference between sheep and ostriches. I went to college. No, I had a speak and spell, bitch.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books. Huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me
Sometimes
are
that's the best,
superior
isn't
by
it?
design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. They stop competing for resources. This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn Kipts are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory. It's true. Also, you need to
Cultural
realize the
victory?
dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control.
I think I
your
could get
spread.
down with racism. That's stupid.
Don't push your luck, runt.
Yeah, I'd rather you just go fuck yourself.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Let me guess, miscarriage, big boy?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side.
I don't. That just means we're talking, dude. I don't know if any of that's happening.
Rights of people. Rights of workers.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Maybe you should ask them the questions.
Well,
Like,
perfectly
why are we
well-timed
not
point.
allowed to make... We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
Did I bum out your miscarriage joke so you gotta run away? Come on, man. That's the second time tonight, bud.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Fair enough.
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native...
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get honest men and women with rights. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of...
I have a question. Why do all these men follow?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do! Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
Is it? Is it legally a crime?
We are not picking a
pity. Let us work! When a bunch of ungrateful beats me.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers.
It's almost like he's lying.
In the air. Silence is the answer. There's some... You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you?
Well, then get some sleep. We'll see you next time.
No. Don't think we've met before.
It's not about
I
meeting.
came to help out the people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
What an asshole. Alright.
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
Called
Gotta be
really emphasizing on the whole worm thing.
Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared
If
of
you're
what?
alive.
Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, Maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. Imagine, you cops going on a strike.
Psst. Show him your stolen card. Now has arrived the perfect moment.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
The man looks at the colorful piece of plastic.
But that's not you, officer. From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago Jean? Yes, and you also told me you're a cop. But now that this is settled...
Now you're in a mess. The time hath not arrived. Sorry.
Oh, John's been out drinking himself blind again? He should watch it.
No, it will prove useful still. Believe your thieving fingers.
Oh, is my friend in some sort of trouble?
No, but you never know.
Who knew? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. I don't believe you. Boss Laventurier said the same thing. It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest, body still hanging in the tree? I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can render assistance. I don't operate in that capacity. I walk right. Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right past him, then press the button to then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not complete.
I mean, it sounds like, knock itself out perfectly.
Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition. Sure. You know, serious business.
Everybody a member of the board,
He's a
come
chatty
on.
guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
I'd really like to get on that roof. In case of a strike, press button behind the guard. Alright, let's talk with the racist.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me. That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul. You reek of
If you don't hit up the gym every day, bud, what's the fucking purpose of your life?
You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. No, you don't. You need to get another.
No, I really don't, dude.
Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Look at my craniology.
Oh, craniology. That's right up there with phrenology, buddy.
It's a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once you gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war. Like you dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him. Just up. This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
Enough with this begging. You should bring your troops to the Semenine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality.
Not all art is odes to homosexuality.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshahed's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. Well, yes. Why? Don't you want to be a Seminese supremacist? So what if you're not Seminese? You can be anything. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
You are obviously a liberal, Sarahite. There are
Whatever.
3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. Type B are the unheroic races. Amorphous to an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eye. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination.
So being white comes from using a gun?
The Khoiko.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Simonese and Aryabhajit stock. The Revacholians, halfway between Type A and the Racial Kondron.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The revolution came to ravage the revolution. Enough of team. Those are a receding genetic pool. You know, the mound are proof.
Colorful tassels are.
The vesper, the other large overproduction of seed, as proven by the mound, the indigenous people of this, the Insulindian.
Okay.
The Areopagites are the master race. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The latter.
Nobody even knows what you're talking about.
Tips the F are a museum of failed chimeric lesser races like the mosquito is born still. Then there is the Semino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Semino? The Koiki. This will never happen. The Simonese, but enough. It is cruel to you understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone we will.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation. But there...
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously? The lieutenant thinks. Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today. I cannot possibly imagine what they are.
The man looks at you. So
you are not Santiago. Santiago is not you. Even the phrenically impaired can see. Oh, don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. Also, to serve is not.
Yeah, he's also a fat, giant piece of shit.
Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these offshoots of the Seminese people invented disco while having sex under the I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side. The South, we are the... I am a descendant. No. I have heard... I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just... You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the...
That will be the...
He will grant us treatment.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits.
The lieutenant.
You should keep him close. The congenital racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull.
Why, dude? No one fucking thinks phrenology is good. Phrenology's one of... God. Especially because phrenology was made to, like, be super racist to black people.
Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not have a reply. Racist.
Welcome.
I am not like them. You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. It is impossible. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. Your racial heritage is uninteresting.
Oh, it's only interesting when it's you that gets to be racist.
I cannot possibly imagine what what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music?
Well,
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
going here, turning my tar for the day. Get that money.
The tear machine your bottles clunk into.
Oh, right. Don't be afraid to say weird things. People are more forgiving to people in power. That's definitely accurate.
Make way for the master poet.
Gonna talk to this woman. I saw her over there.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is where the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar apparel. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The back end of the cabin has a small...
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is.
There he is, in front of Rita, smoking nervously, hoping it's over.
Alright, let's talk to the woman.
It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your... No response. Wherever this woman is, you're...
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with the young people. I was on my way to see a new...
It'd be nice to be able to go back time in your memories. Ooh. Let me internalize. Oh, no, you idiot. You were supposed to forget that. I really don't want to just internalize that, but alright, whatever.
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man.
He was the biggest star of his day.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy.
Oh, okay.
The difference that they're beautiful. That is all that matters.
All of what? The world.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Lomano. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had while you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. In Meth. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Harife? I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro.
She's wearing sturdy workers' boots, made of black leather. Buckles run across.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many...
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. Perhaps it was another Harife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions.
As she says, Carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machine.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think she's a...
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spend...
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around. Lomonosov's land, Udashnaya, the
Yeah, shit that fucks up your mind so that you can't remember anything.
At Estradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly. Irmao. I already am dust. Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the West. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her. Don't be stupid. The Boyadero
They never
revolts
live
from the
happily ever
western
after.
plain a changed man. One night, so the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the western plain is calling to him. You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to... What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary. Yes. There is a protagonista.
Are you taking Satan?
An adversario.
Is Satan a drug in
I
this
am on the
universe?
side of the
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary. The great unrest.
Then what were you getting at? You're man, Lowman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad. On the U41A. What do you... It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously. Easy. Is the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Where do you want me to go? Or I can just relax.
I think we're done here, no?
Diamonds? Of course not. Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Of course you don't. Yes, go. Enough jamboree.
Ay. None of that was helpful at all. Let me talk to this dude, and then talk to the racist, and then call it for the night.
Make way for the master poet.
Alright, racist man, I saw your truck. Does that mean I do anything special with you or not?
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta.
Okay.
A commerce center.
Okay, that was off-white. My apologies.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it? What? Bitch, you...
Not all of us. Acts like that stick with you for a while.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit again. And Kuno knows where you sleep, but you and Kuno are good for now.
The determination in his voice leaves little room for doubt in his sincerity. He means every word. Needs to be taken seriously.
One word out of you, pig shite, and you're locked out of the Kuno
You hear the Kuno?
I do.
You and Kuno are fucking done.
Let's go, officer.
The kid doesn't.
Well, that's not what happened last time, but alright. Very much one of those, like, oh, sometimes you have to stand up to him and sometimes you don't. I'll admit, pointing the gun at her was pretty stupid, but, you know, you do what you gotta do. Alright, let's talk about...
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little thank you anyway.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Yes. Yes. Have you got it? A lot. For the room and broke... Yes.
Alright. I've already done that. Oh, it's after 10. Then I've hidden shit. Got it. Mirror, Kuno, can't do that, can't do that.
Yes?
Only banal things strike you. At the core, you're a very banal one you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back.
Okay.
It was right.
Alright, if I can't do the after brief until 10, and I know the next day is when things get tricky. We still have the apartment building to get into, and I can keep getting more lowdowns on reality. I want to see if I can get into... Let's ask her if she gives a shit about me aiming the gun at her.
The girl is ignoring you. You see a young man on...
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Oh, god damn it. Is that all I really needed to do?
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered... I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an...
We will remove the body as soon as possible.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you. Some more muscular...
And when did you speak to this more...
Last week? I don't know. Look.
Why would they be asking about the murder if they
A
didn't
downy
commit it?
blanket of white to cut.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette under the dull and darkening sky.
My name? My name?
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far...
We will remove...
Oh. You already... No, not...
And when did...
Last week?
A downy...
You didn't answer...
It was my Sunday...
He doesn't reply.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Come on.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains? For a moment, the man on the balcony...
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, it's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a wit. He did leave us a sign. If we find a way inside the...
Or I could just hold this building right here, do button right here.
Stone, like there's a key beneath it.
This must be for the... We'll just have to go in and see.
Well, I got 30 minutes until... Ooh, speaking of 30 minutes, I probably should run an ad. We'll be right back. If I go Volta.
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words.
I'll keep my armistice.
He doesn't actually reach for his gun. The Star and Antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last. Even
Why?
today, half a century after, the Star and Antlers retains the ability to symbolize. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Oh, fair.
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist because white is the color of peace. Smug superiority, aesthetic musings,
They had loads of guns. What up, old bitch? I managed to get my way in here anyways. Fuck you. Am I seriously just opening up the door? Ah, you stupid bastard. Please don't be 10. Alright. Ooh. Not quite what I wanted, but it's good to be here as well. Hello.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do. Yeah, I can see.
that smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be...
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself.
Wow.
Back in Jamrock. You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
What's in here? Oh, this is Cindy's house. It's all sad and everything. I really would have desired to get that fucking body down. Well, thanks for letting us see your sad life, lady. On to the next thing.
Hello again, officer. Oh, not only have you found my address.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing... Does anyone in a city like this? Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Full of social commentary, aren't you? Bitch. Hey, bitch.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me. Now, what do you want from me, policeman? Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What? Small Streamers Connect coming in with 8. Welcome, 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 everybody.
What was so funny about it?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to...
Thank you.
I'm no one. If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs, right? It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls fast. She leaves
Well, she's
an
a
old
coal miner.
lady to her business. More than I can say. Oh.
What a lovely, sad old woman. Yeah, I'll steal the money from...
You hear someone walking around inside. Rearrange. The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
But don't
This
we?
door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is... Better whip out those cutters. You won't get no reply. This door has been closed with a padlock. What are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, Detective. Perhaps you should give it another go.
What are you doing?
Are you
You're trying to cut the body
shitting
of the
me?
lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, Detective. Perhaps you should give it another go.
It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is...
You seem committed to it, so go on.
Well, I can't, because apparently I cannot succeed on a 92% success rating. Go fuck yourself. Ugh. What's happening, everybody? Thanks for coming in. Disco Elysium, if you've never played it. Great story game, point and click adventure, heavy RPG elements, almost as like a tabletop RPG element. In the sense that like skill checks are handled through roll of the dice. It's pretty fun. Nope.
This door is made of metal and appears to be number 28. This is...
Let's see if anyone...
No one answered.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right?
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably... No one answered.
We should return tomorrow.
Ugh. I literally just saw him go in there. You go fuck yourself. Think we got one or two more rooms to inspect over here. Slime curtains, hell yeah.
This door has been closed.
No, yeah, alright. Alright, time to make my way back to get that debriefing. And then I'll probably call it there. Ugh. I'll get it at next time.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Why?
Why must we stop to...
Shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know. It could be good for business. Alright, I still gotta talk to Renee. I still gotta go to the bookstore. There's so much going on. But let's have this end of day brief with Renee. Not Renee, Kim.
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just the cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union... Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Yes, I am an unrepentant spoilsport.
Good for you, bud.
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
The silence carries.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Because you're the best qualified? No, that doesn't seem right. You look dumb if you keep the lieutenant waiting for too long.
Alright, can I... It's after 2200. Let's call it a day.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still... You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in...
I went all that way up there for none. Alright, let's do this then. I got over 20 real, which is helpful. That'll get me some leeway.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the...
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me? As a police officer, you must understand that evidence being money, you can't stay here without money. Not until you...
Okay.
I really...
Oh, Lieutenant. Yes, have you got it? A lot. For the room and... Yes. Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me... Game? Everything is just a game to you, isn't it? Not until you...
Okay.
I really...
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Yes. Does that arrangement include you? What about what I have been through, huh? You're not the goddamn protagonist of this story. I am. This is my...
Literary demotion. That's the worst.
Not until you...
Okay.
I really...
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Yes?
I really don't... I have 37 real. Do I need... do I really need whatever you're about to give me?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
I have something here we could sell.
Transport enclosure. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather...
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them.
Honestly, that sounds like an amazing physics demonstration.
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cup with spinner.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark. The spinners shine so bright they reflect on the lieutenant's glasses. He doesn't say anything either.
Yes, the bird's nest, Roy, near the canal. All right, let's not take them now. Then come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again, and then...
As you tap...
No, that's...
I didn't sell his hubcaps my first playthrough.
Can I help? Yes. Have you got? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we...
I understand your I feel I must...
Forgive me. I mean no offense. It's wonderful. Try to do that. I'll have... Not until you...
Okay.
I really didn't want...
Oh, Lieutenant.
Do I have enough stuff that I can just sell? Not even close. Jesus.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers, arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten logs on dozens of... You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smell. An intricate web of... It still kind of looks like a map for you to discover. You've gotten as...
What am I close to getting into my saver? The fucking shoes. Alright. Oh, come on, man. You gotta go faster than that. Run, motherfucker! Nope, he's gone for the night. Well, fuck, I guess I gotta take his...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
Yeah, I know.
I have something here.
Transport enclosure. The cage.
I confiscated this for a little while.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
I'm getting these spinners back for this dude. Yeah. Here I am.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and...
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger?
No one was defrauded or jumped.
Of course. I meant no offense.
Thank you. Here's the 100 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. Aphotic paths, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are.
Another time, perhaps.
Sorry, dude. I'm sorry I sold your thing. Alright, so I guess we will fucking run, dick. Give him his money, have the breakdown, and then we'll call it for the evening. Give me your fucking money.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got... Well... Great. Thank you, officer. That's all. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Another thing. Yes.
Alright, what is my perception? There it is. All right, so I want to learn all the things. Forgive me. And I already have the money that I need to pay the real for tomorrow, so that's good. The music in this game is nice. Have this meeting with this dude and then call it.
Yes?
I think. That's what we're doing, right?
Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been stripped. Okay then. Was there anything else? Good.
Perhaps I try to get in my room first. I don't fucking know.
This is the door to the room.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier.
I couldn't just go out there in the back and have that conversation. I have to fucking go to the door first.
The
and
air
have...
outside is brisk.
Let's
The
fucking get
lieutenant
this
is
taken
silent
care of.
For a moment, he listens to the traffic hum. Then,
And then?
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit, below it all.
Yes. It's been a long and even... Well, we inspected the victim's body. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough. Then you shot him in the chest, which wasn't ideal. And we still have to...
By not ideal, he means he can't believe he let you try that trick and would be angry if he didn't feel the outcome was partly his responsibility.
Being sober also tends to help with precision. But we weren't able to find the union leader, Evrard Claire. We tried to interview the weapons rep, but she asked, I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation is.
If Kim is emphasizing something this...
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a stand-up prison? It's impressive, especially for a man your age. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Of course.
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play it. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in the watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use it. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies in records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. And the Moral Intern, more broadly. But yes, the Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I don't. How many fucking times?
Okay. There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernment. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion,
Something kind and usual. Something ominous. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night.
I love when 3 different things success like that.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for... Do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the Empire. Without them, we are simply vigilant. Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union.
I mean, when there's no government, everyone's a vigilante.
I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the G. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization... Me too. But I wouldn't count on any dress...
He is very tired, but the dark circles are...
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Alright, Kim.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. It's also about that, but it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place, it is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, history's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real tisk-tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of... You may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep...
Every fucking time I play this game, I'm like, God, I agree with this.
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed? Then you've never lived through real chaos. Sometimes, in the face of great disaster, defending the status quo is progress. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological. Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromise? That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. Advanced race theory.
Tell me how I can be
Everything
racist
is
to beat the
calm in
racists.
the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised.
Not bad. Alright, I'm close to another level up. That'd be good. Alright. Save it, because I think when you wake up, shit happens, and I really don't want to be locked in more conversation. I'd really just like to be done for the day. Thank you very much. It's been a time and a half, but, yes, please. Oy. I got no one to raid to, so it's just going to be me taking off. I love y'all. Thank you for coming. Like I said, tomorrow we'll be streaming Tarkov. I hope to see you all there. But until then, go out and make some memories. Thanks for spending time with me. I will be getting back to Disco Elysium. I have to beat Half-Life Alyx. I really was going to finish that tonight, but to be fair, just feeling a little under the weather. Plus, I knew I'd get to this. Half-Life Alyx, coming tomorrow. Escape from Tarkov, coming tomorrow. Ooh. Half-Life Alyx I'll probably do on Tuesday. I do have to do that Tarkov stream tomorrow. But I just realized the roommate's off.